Okay. Well, welcome everybody. And yeah, would love today to start just by grounding ourselves into the present moment. And we'll do that just by taking a couple deep breaths. You can close your eyes if you're not driving or anything. Yeah, so just take a couple deep breaths in, allow yourself to relax into this moment. You can release any tensions that you might have in your shoulders and just begin to slow your mind down. Allow yourself to just be free of any distractions in the mind. Focus on your breath. Noticing if there is any places that you have tension. And allow every out breath to release it. So I want you in your mind's eye to just imagine this beautiful spark, this golden light in the center of your mind. And it's the most beautiful thing that you can picture. It's shiny. It looks expensive. Start to picture that in your mind. And we've been talking about the spark. We've been talking about the great ray, the connection to God. This golden light represents your divine inheritance. Your inheritance of love, peace, and joy. And keep your focus on this golden light that is in your mind's eye. And you can begin to repeat, I am love, I am whole, and I am one with God. So as you repeat that in your mind, start to visualize this light shining outwards. It's growing and expanding. And perhaps there's people's faces and situations in your life that this light can shine onto. Places where you are still holding grievances. Allow this light to just move and embrace your brothers and sisters, embracing all situations, all creations under God. Let it shine into the world that's in your mind. And as it shines onto everything, see it dissolving barriers that you have created between your brothers and your sisters, barriers that you have created in the world. And let it dissolve any fears that you may have, any uncertainty, any doubt that you're in the right place in the right time. Allow it to dissolve any judgments you may hold against others and yourself. And as it expands, just say a little prayer for all of us. That Holy Spirit, help us see the truth of this light. Help us see the truth of our inheritance. Help us extend it to all with no resistance and no friction. May our minds always be able to return to this place. May we anchor this moment and this light into our lives. May we remember our oneness with God and with each other. May we remember the kingdom of heaven. That it belongs to us, and heaven is incomplete without me. May we extend so much love to ourselves and dissolve away all barriers that we have created against love. And so it is. Amen. Aho. Hayaya. And you can return back to the call. Welcome. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for taking the time out to join. We are in chapter 11, section 4. It is the inheritance of God's Son. So this morning, as I was reviewing and rereading the chapter, I am reminded of that this inheritance of God and love and peace is not something that we need to earn, or is not something that we need to achieve or do. It is just our birthright. It's our divine birthright. It is unchanging. It is eternal. And so when we can let go of the ego's illusions and align with love, we reclaim this inheritance of ours. So it's not going anywhere. We don't need to do anything. We simply just have to be. We just have to remember and be who it is that we really are. And so it helps us let go of, as we go towards this remembering, extending love and light to everyone that we meet. We're basically reaffirming and bringing together and remembering as a whole that this kingdom, the Course says that the kingdom is perfectly united and perfectly protected, and the ego will not prevail against it. So last week we kind of went into like the journey that we've been on together. We share, like, I've been sharing from really my heart of gratitude, my gratitude of how this community has really held me, and and really I've been using it almost as a place to teach A Course in Miracles, and also just to share my relationship with love, share my challenges, and everyone has been so amazing holding this space. And on our call last week, we really talked about the power of emotional regulation and the importance of stepping into leadership. Leadership is not through, and it's just been something that's been running through my mind, because I am kind of like a leader figure in my community, and to remember that, like, leadership is not through control. Even with my team, I always gotta bring this back to my mind, that leadership is not through control, but it's it's to lead others back to love. It's my new mantra, actually, since last week. I've been doing the lessons and reading a lot of A Course in Miracles, because I'm kind of in that weird emotional space, I guess. And so this foundation of A Course in Miracles really helps me remember the inheritance of God's Son, which is this chapter, this section today. And we're really asked just to recognize the truth of who we are, and that's it. It's just a reminder that our inheritance is not earned, or it's not achieved. It's given to us in our creation. It remains untouched by the ego, and that line that the ego will not prevail against it. The ego is always trying to convince us that we're separate, we're unworthy, we're incomplete. And it makes us think that the world is unsafe, that it's full of judgment and fear, and we're afraid to show up, and it's not, just a very unsafe place. But the truth is really simple, is that this kingdom of heaven, our inheritance of love, peace, and joy, is always available to it if we choose to see it. So, yeah, and the ego feels threatened because this whole idea of safety threatens the very foundation. The ego perceives your reality as a threat, so it always attacks you because it perceives you as a threat, right? We have this potential to return back to remember our wholeness, our oneness, and that threatens the ego's foundation of separation, and the ego wants to exist. So in our world that we live in here in Earth, in this 3D world, yes, we can find evidence that this world is unsafe, right? But we can also find evidence that it is very safe. So now it's like that saying, which wolf do we feed? Whichever one we feed is going to get stronger. So we must reclaim our inheritance just by recognizing it. And what we do is we just shift our perception from a place of fear to love, and recognizing every single time that our mind is in fear. The Course says that our inheritance awaits only the recognition that you have already been redeemed. So, okay, Jill, you have your hand up, so what's up, Jill?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, when you were talking about leadership, last night Dave Chappelle was on Saturday Night Live, and he was, per usual, absolutely amazing. But he, at the end of his monologue, he talked about a time in his life when he was sort of in between, when he had dropped out of Hollywood and he was exploring what he was going to do with his life, and he had gone to the Middle East. And he was in the Middle East. It happened to be at the same time that Jimmy Carter was there. And he said he didn't know whether Jimmy Carter was actually a good or a bad president. He didn't know any of that stuff. But what he observed was that Jimmy Carter was actually a great man. Jimmy Carter was told not to do what he had done at that moment, and that was to march in solidarity with the Palestinians. And he did that. And Chappelle said he saw a great man. And what he was saying at that moment was for all of us to stand up and be great people. And he was particularly talking to the man who's going to become president tomorrow. And he said, I know you're watching. And he said, we all need to do this. We all need to become more humane, with humility and with humaneness. And it was really quite moving and really quite great. And it was really the sign of a great leader. And I appreciated seeing it. So when you were talking about leadership, that came to mind.
Amazing. Guess I will have to go and watch it. It's on what? You said it's Dave Chappelle on what? Where did you watch it?
It was on NBC, regular network television, Saturday Night Live.
Okay.
And it was just, he was very funny, talking about a couple of the current day issues, including the fire, which is not funny, but he was talking about it, made it funny, and talking about the time when when Trump was in, talking about a town. He lives in Ohio. Chappelle lives in Ohio. And he lives 2 towns from the town that Trump was disparaging and saying that the Haitian immigrants were eating dogs and cats. And so he said he went there. It's only 2 towns from where he lives, so he was talking about going over there to have a meal every day. It was quite entertaining how the meat just came off the bones, you know.
This is hilarious.
Yeah, it was quite funny. But you know, he really made some really great. That thing that he said at the end of his monologue was really powerful.
Yeah. Well, I think it's important, you know, as we command an audience, that we also realize like what it is that's the message that we share, right? So all of us actually has an audience. There are people in your life that listen to you. So you got to cultivate your message, clear your mind so that we can, you know, bless everybody that we meet. And of course, as I flip through the Marianne Williamson book right now, you know, A Year of Miracles, day 177 actually says, today I use prayer to call forth miracles for everyone. So this, you know, as I'm just kind of reading the title or the headline thing of this, I just think about, you know, every time I drive by a homeless person or I see someone in distress or I hear something in the news, you know, it's not to bring my heart to a place of like, look at how messed up this world is. You know, it's really a call. To see that in that moment, it's really a calling for my heart to return to compassion and love, and that I can bring it into my mind, you know, remembering that. See, the ego will go into what's wrong with the world and then shaming yourself, shaming others, and the attack just goes on before we can't even recognize how we should have responded to that situation. So the Course in Marianne is always calling forth for us to use prayer. You know, we don't have to do anything. This is why the Course says it's not a course on doing, it's a course on being. Being exactly who you are. You have to remember who that is in any moment. So anyone I see today, I remember to silently bless him or her. Anywhere I go, may my presence bring forth love. I will silently pray today for the happiness of everyone. I remember today that prayer is a force, a medium of miracles, a power beyond what the world believes. I pray as a way of harnessing God's love and using it to work miracles in the lives of others. As I do so, I too shall be blessed. Dear God, I pray for all beings in the world today, for the happiness of all, the peace of all, the healing of all. I pray to be a person who makes a difference somehow and help heal the world. Amen. You know, the Course says that prayer is the medium of miracles. It is the medium to miracles because prayer allows your mind to return back to love. And so it's not about praying for something, you know, to have, but a prayer for our minds to return to that place where it's clear, where it's true. And so I'm actually still going strong on the lessons. You know, today's lesson is actually lesson 19. Maybe we'll just read that, since this will be the beginning of my lesson 19 of day 19 of January of 2025. So it starts to, you know, the past couple lessons is just about the way that we see things. You know, that my thoughts, what I'm seeing is meaningless, but then I am upset because I see a meaningless world, and then God didn't create a meaningless world because a meaningless world actually engenders fear. And so it's kind of the beginning of the lessons is really showing you to look at your mind and look at your thinking, and to be able to reflect on those things. And my thoughts are images that I have made, and then I have no neutral thoughts, right? And these lessons go something like, this thought about blank is not a neutral thought because I have no neutral thoughts. And so it's really having you look at that, and then I see no neutral things. But then it's now in yesterday's lesson, it's going into, well, that's okay because I am not alone experiencing the effects of my seeing. And then now it's beginning to bring the oneness that all minds are joined. The Course is now introducing in all minds are joined. So today's lesson is lesson 19. I am not alone in experiencing the effects of my thoughts. So I'll read this part, and we can, throughout the day, if you have moments to reflect on this would be a good reflection. The idea for today is obviously the reason why you're seeing does not affect you alone. You will notice that at times the ideas related to thinking precedes those related to perceiving, while at other times the order is reversed. The reason is that the order does not matter. Thinking and its results are really simultaneous, for cause and effect are never separate. So now it's introducing one of the laws is that cause and effect are not separate. Sometimes I think about something and then I perceive it. Other times I perceive it first and then it engenders thought, right? So these things are not separate. So it does not order. The order of it does not matter. It's to start to begin to know that these things are happening at the same time. And the Course is constantly bringing what we think are two separate things happening in different timelines and bringing them together, just like giving and receiving, right? So it's starting to introduce this oneness even in our thoughts about, judgment. As we judge others, immediately that judgment comes to ourselves. As we judge ourselves, immediately we will judge others and the world. So today we again emphasize the fact that minds are joined. This is rarely a wholly welcome idea at first, since it seems to carry with it an enormous sense of responsibility and may even be regarded as an invasion of privacy. Yet it is a fact that there are no private thoughts. Despite your initial resistance to this idea, you will yet understand that it must be true if salvation is possible at all. And salvation must be possible because it is the will of God. The minute or so of mind searching, which today's exercises require, is to be taken with eyes closed. The idea for today is to repeat it first, and then the mind should be carefully search for the thoughts it contains at that time. As you consider each one, name in terms of the central person or theme it contains, and holding it in your mind as you do so, say, I am not alone in experiencing the effect of this thought about. Right? We're starting to, the Course is really introducing safety in that all minds are joined. Because sometimes we'll think, well, that's not safe, right? If I share my ideas, I share how I really think, I may be judged. So the Course is going into this, all minds are joined. The requirement of such indiscriminateness as possible in selecting subjects for this practice period should be quite familiar to you by now, and will no longer be repeated each day, although it will occasionally be included as a reminder. So in the beginning, the Course is asking for us to not judge the thoughts that come to our mind and don't be selective on the thoughts, right? Anything that comes, just allow it to be in the practice period. I am not alone in experiencing the effects of this thought about blank. Do not forget, however, that random selection of subject for all practice periods remain essential throughout. Lack of order in this connection will ultimately make you recognize that lack of order in miracles meaningful to you. Apart from this, as needed, application of today's idea, at least 3 practice periods are required, shortening the length of time involved if necessary. Do not attempt more than 4. So what I love about these lessons is that it is so gentle, and the understanding of it in the beginning of the workbook, the understanding of these lessons does not matter. So it says that these exercises are very simple. They do not require a great deal of time, and it does not matter where you do them. They don't need preparation, and the training is for 1 year. These exercises are number 1 to 365. Do not undertake more than 1 set of exercise per day. Let me see if I want to read further. Yeah, so the purpose of this workbook is to train your mind in a systematic way to a different perception of everyone and everything in the world. Okay, well, that's basically it. Oh, wait. Some of the ideas in the workbook that the workbook presents you will find hard to believe, and others may seem quite startling. This does not matter. You are merely asked to apply the ideas as directed to do so. You're not asked to judge them at all. You're asked only to use them, and their use that will give them meaning to you and will show you what that they are true. So remember only this: you need not believe the idea. You need not accept them. You need not even to welcome them. Some of them you may actively resist. None of this will matter or decrease their efficacy. But do not allow yourself to make exceptions in applying the ideas of the work that the workbook contains, and whatever your reactions to the idea may be, use them. Nothing more than that is required. So it's just, the course, I still have yet to do one a day, but the directions is actually don't do more than one a day. So technically, still doing well. So for 7 years, I've been doing the workbook lessons. Sometimes it takes me a really long time. Others, I don't complete and I decide to start over. So, it's a devotion. For me, it's a devotion. I just practice it. And sometimes I completely understand the course. Other times I'm like, what am I reading? What's going on? I don't get it. And it's all good. Courses you're going to forget. Just those are all perfect. You can use it to release judgment. Right. Okay, so I'll open it up for, anything that is live or anything that's on anybody's hearts here as we open up the space before we go into the read. Just love any shares that you guys might have. What are you bringing to the call here today? What are you carrying on your heart? And if not, it's all good. We can read and see if that evokes any thoughts.
I'm pretty excited about next Saturday. I have my first Akashic record reading.
Ooh.
So I had to come up with 10 questions, and it was, really diving into what you want out of it, what you want to know. So I've never done something like this before, so I'm quite intrigued about it.
Awesome. That's really cool. I've never done it either, so I can't speak into it, but I know lots of people have profound experiences and rememberings through it, so enjoy. Have fun with that. Let me know how it goes. Janice.
Hi, sorry about no video, but I'm still out. I got an Akashic reading years back, and it blew my mind. I mean, it was such a weird thing, and she was telling me really weird things, but now I understand them many years later. So you might not understand it all at once, but it's pretty amazing. And I wanted to ask about the reading.
Mm-hmm.
So you had. I was walking out of the store when you were saying that you might even feel that this is invasive. What was that? Is that about the exercises? Or?
Yeah. That you may actually resist it actively. It's about the workbook exercises in the back of A Course in Miracles.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I'm really curious to see what these exercises are. I kind of want to dive into that. That sounds really important.
Yeah, I mean it's it's a dedication. So you can start like today with lesson 1, and there is you can download an app. I have an app called ACIM Remind. So it just reminds me that, hey, today's lesson is here, and begin the day by reading it. And then just throughout the day, do it 3 or 4 times. You can set alarms so that alarm goes off and goes, hey, it's time to do it.
Sounds cool.
Yeah.
Definitely want to try that.
Mm-hmm.
And so they are, where can I find them?
So they're online. You just look for ACIM workbook lessons, or it's just in the back of the book if you have the book.
I don't.
Okay. Well, it's all online. Everything's online. You can download ACIM Remind. It's free as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that doesn't have the lessons itself. I have to.
No, it's got all of it. It's got the lessons. It's got the
good.
it's got all of it.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Good. I'll try that. Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else, anyone?
No, I just looked it up. That ACIM Remind is $5.99.
Oh.
The app with the entire Course in Miracles is free.
Oh, something's free.
The whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, $5.99. I think I paid it like 5 years ago, and I never had to pay for it again. So, I just re-downloaded it earlier this year, and so I thought it was free. Okay, anybody else? Anything else on your hearts that you want to share today? Oh, let's see. We actually have people commenting. How to break from your mind to who we are within. Okay, so yeah, this is A Course in Miracles for those of you guys that are watching. So how to break from your mind to who we are within. The remembering of who we are is really connected to our connection to God, right? When we forget who we are when we're separate, when our mind is separate from everything else, when we see everything else as separate, the remembering of, and as we read today, actually, you'll get that, which is the inheritance of God's Son. So remembering who we are is not anything that you have to do. You don't have to break from your mind. You don't have to do anything. It's a remembering of the peace and joy and the safety of heaven within us. And so as we read these things, the Course isn't going to show you how to remember or the Course says who you are, but the way through it is actually to recognize the barriers that we have created against love, the barriers that we have created against other people, the barriers that we have created to protect our hearts from emotional harm and from physical harm and all those things. And so as we see the world as a dangerous place, our mind starts to become infected with it. And that idea grows, and we see it everywhere. Now, if that's true, right, we can say, yes, I can see that. I can see that I do that, or I can see that people do that. That's why hurt people, right, and heal people. And it's because whatever is real in our mind, we make it so in the way that we see the world, right? So it's the projection. What is real in my mind first, and I project it out into the world, and then I watch this world as a feedback. If we see it that way, that this world that I see is a feedback to what I have made real in my mind. And if I made my mind this way, I can't actually unmake my mind, because I've decided what is valuable. That's why I keep it in my mind. Safety, can't trust people, right? We made those things valuable. And because we made them valuable, we can't undo them ourselves. So we have to ask for guidance. And when we pray and we ask for the Holy Spirit or God to intervene and to, show us a different way to look at it, then we start to remember who we are. And so it's not really a within or without type of thing, because if you judge others, you can't escape the attack yourself. If you judge yourself, others can't escape the attack either. Right? This constant reminder of all minds are joined is here. So yeah, it's to break from your mind to who we are within. It's not really like it's a recognition of who you are. not like something you have to find. It's something that you just have to remember, and take some practice. We spend so much time actually forgetting, right? We chase all the material things. So every time we chase material things, every time we chase acknowledgement, anything from other people from without, right? This is the without within thing. If we chase from outside, then we are actually doing forgetting. If we just scroll on our phone and just constantly get dopamine hits from, videos, those are all training our mind to forget. We're just distracting. The ego wants to keep us distracted because the Course says the ego sees you as a threat. You have the potential to remember, but if you sit with yourself long enough, you're going to start to think and remember that. So the ego wants to keep you constantly distracted. And so the time that we actually take here, an hour and a half, twice a week, think about it. It's kind of actually small compared to the amount of time that we do forgetting. Now, remembering is so powerful, though. In these times of an hour and a half that we spend together, that remembering will allow us to see the rest of the world out, the rest of the week. And we keep coming back to it. So let's see. What's this book? Okay. This morning I read in 1 Corinthians, Paul was speaking to them. When I came to you, I came not with excellency of speech, of wisdom. Okay. Oh, very long. Okay. Every day is a new day. Seek and you shall find. Knock and it shall be open unto you. Yeah, so seek, right? This is the way we seek God. We will find whatever we're looking for. If we're looking for evidence that the world is unsafe, we will find it. If we're looking for evidence that the world is safe and there is hope and there is God and there is angels among us, we will find that as well. So the whole game is played in your relationship with God. And this call is just here to remind us, don't forget. Don't forget to remember God today. Don't forget to remember love. And the way we do it is to remember our function. We remember our function. The Course says our function is simply just to extend love and light outwards. Everything that you do, can the words that come out of your mouth, literally, can you see the words coming out as light? If we don't see that, if we don't make that an image in our mind as we speak today, as we do things today, then we are literally just living in the unconscious. And in the unconscious is what you have trained your mind to be. So if we spend 23 and a half hours a day in the mind with the ego, and then we spend 30 minutes, just adding it up for the week, what we do here. But if you only spend a small amount of time for that, then you will see more of what you give attention to. Yeah. So literally, try to see today. Try to become conscious in the way that you speak to anybody. Is light literally exuding out of my mouth, or do I have no idea what's coming out? Right? Do everything with intention and prayer and focus. Oftentimes I pray a lot throughout the day. So, random things will come up. I'm like, oh my God, wow. God, please just show me what to do here. Show me a way to look at it. Take this judgment that I just put on myself and do something with it. And I'll just carry on with my day. I don't have to go through all the self beat up or anything like that as I make mistakes and forget. All right. Let's see what else. Cool. Glad that we have some comments here. Brian, what's up, stud? Thanks. What's up to you too? Appreciate you tuning in for the time that you are. Michelle, go ahead, please. You'll have to unmute.
Sorry about that. Sometimes I'm on a different screen, and I'm going to leave my video off today. I hope everyone's doing well. So I guess what is on my mind and what I wanted to maybe just put out and get your feedback on is, um, when is the spiritual world or spirituality going to actually enter the political world?
Hmm.
I said, I feel like what you said and what we talk about a lot in the spiritual world is like leaders don't control. Well, tomorrow is going to be a day where I do think that things are going to change. And if everyone just sits on the sideline, especially in the spiritual world, I don't know that just looking within is going to help what's happening outside. And do you ever think that by us just continuing to, I just believe now more than ever, people need to do something, which I don't know what that something is, by the way. But I do really think that it's not like another time. And I don't want to go into this mindset of, well, if I just look within and whatever. No, all the things that we talk about here, Alex, and one thing that I love about this, because I was hesitant to join these calls because I'm like, I don't want to be part of what is viewed as a cult. Or, something that someone's telling me that if I'm not doing this, then, I'm a bad person. And you've never done that. And, I've been listening more to Marianne Williamson, and, I've listened to a few things on Know Thyself. And it really just resonated with me. And it's not like spirituality is like hokey pokey stuff. But if you look at it, it's almost like a world in an industry unto itself. Because how does it get incorporated into leading this world, or the U.S.? Mm-hmm. So I know there's a lot there, but that was kind of what's on my mind. And, just looking within and how I see things, I listen to the words and the actions. A leader doesn't do the things that the person that's going into office tomorrow is going to do. Mm-hmm. So that's the thought of my day, and I just am clear. I just am wondering, like you're a strong presence. Like when I know Marianne Williamson tried to run for president or whatever, and I don't even know how much aware I was of that. But how do we do that? Like, I feel like the world is lacking strong men like you and others that are on this call, like Fraser and Eric, that then go in, are strong, but also have that kind, gentler side of humanity. Mm-hmm. Because I think that's, in my mind, what most people want. And I'll stop there.
No, it's good. This is why, the Course teaches us, look, there is heaven and then there's earth, right? If we take this earthly problem and we try to bring heaven down to it, we try to bring spirituality down to it, it will never make sense because we will always find that, right? There are so many strong spiritual men out there, and there's so many people doing this work right now also. This is one of many tribes that are doing this work, where we're just supporting each other in the dis-ease, right, that we have inside about where our world is today. And if you think about like the history of mankind, right, of all the things that has ever, all the wars and all the tyrants and all the things, it just went on. Things happen, and then we move on to another phase, and then the great things are born from it, and then all of a sudden it happens again, and Hitler happens, and Genghis Khan happens, and and then I don't know, Trump happens. But tomorrow is a great day because tomorrow's my birthday, so great things are gonna happen.
Oh, happy birthday, Alex.
Thanks.
Yes.
Yes.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Yeah, and so we think that we have to do something, but really the only thing that we can affect is our community and the people around us, right? Because we don't know whose role is going to be that's going to actually step up and make the change. Marianne stepped up and made the change. Somebody influenced her and impacted her because they spoke. They used their words and spoke of love and kindness and all of that. So Marianne stepped up this time. Now, nobody really was ready to hear that at this point. But as we continue to cultivate and grow these communities and these tribes, we will begin to see the importance of this level of connection to bring spirituality into everything. Now, just because we say, well, bring more spirituality into into politics, I don't know if people are ready for that in this time, right? So we might actually need someone like Trump to push us over to that side, to be like, oh yes, okay, everyone, we need more of this type of things. Now, meditation and more of these spiritual leaders have been stepping up, and they're implementing it in schools and they're implementing it in businesses. Like, so it's happening, right? And we can also see that like information is traveling much further, and it's much easier to be accessible, like much easier to access it. So you have a lot of people waking up to this stuff, but just because they're in a spiritual community doesn't mean that the ego doesn't exist. Right? And the ego is the part that we're really complaining about. Like, man, this is like, why would they even do this or that? So as we look at all this, we have to remember again, the vision of one world costs us the vision of the other. So as we look towards this world that supposedly needs some guidance or help, all of our problems stem from the fact that we don't think God exists everywhere. We don't think that God exists with Trump, that God is not guiding Trump. God is not guiding the leadership in this world. That's what we're thinking. So the problem now becomes Trump as a separate individual versus, can I see, my only problem is that I don't see God everywhere. And the only place that you really have to cultivate that is God must be in your mind. Now, it's not like, oh, God is here, but not there. God is with this spiritual community, but not with, people in politics, right? So the calming that we're looking for in our hearts and in our soul does not come from outside things needing to happen, right? Oh, everything needs to be perfectly peaceful, then I will find peace inside. And we will not. We will find something else to get, worked up over. So that's why the course right now, introducing that all minds are joined, is that this cause and effect is not happening separately. The dis-ease that is happening in your heart and what's happening outside and with everyone else, it's all a calling for us to be more kind and compassionate to each other and to ourselves. Right? Like in these moments, we're like, oh my God, where are we going in this world? Like and I always use this analogy, and this helps me, and I don't know if it'll help you, but when we zoom in to our blood cells in our body, right? And there's wars going on. If we just landed in there and we just see the white blood cells slaughtering all the diseases in our body, we're like, well, somebody needs to stop this now. Right? But we can't see the whole picture because we're so zoomed in. So we have really no idea. Oh my God, Tasnova, welcome. Thank you guys for joining. I know you guys came out of a meditation ceremony retreat thing. So I appreciate that you guys take the time to be here today. Yeah, so I know tomorrow seems like, oh my God, it's he's gonna be inaugurated and this is gonna happen. Just be patient. The course says infinite patience produces immediate results. Right? So your discomfort right now and your fear of the future of our country and the world, it's just a lack of patience. Right? Allow this patience to be like, okay, well, he's got 4 years. He's going to do whatever he's going to do. And my only problem is that I don't trust that God is playing a role here. That God somehow is missing. See, we say, can we add spirituality into politics? What we're kind of saying is God, are you over in that realm, or can you not just be on here in the Course of Miracles with us, but can you go over there to where, politicians are doing their things, right? Like, we just have to zoom out. We have to zoom out, and the zooming out allows us to see a bigger picture and brings more peace into our hearts. And we have to just pray for it. So I wouldn't say like we need to go do something. It's just continuing to pray for like guidance and peace in your heart. Every time that you feel discomfort and you feel like this, wow, unknown, that safety is out, just pray. Just simply ask God, show me a different way to look at it. Take this feeling and you do something with it. Okay, I don't need to do anything. You do something with it, and please just show me a different way to look at it, right? Just fill my mind with more peace. And so we just have to continue to ask that, and that's really all we have to do. So I would say start there, and then if you have shifts inside, like this will be really profound, because what you're asking for is the same. What you're asking for Trump and for politicians is the same thing you're really asking for yourself. Is more God and more spirituality within our hearts, and so
that's interesting. Yeah, thank you. And
Yeah.
just for everyone, I am independent. It's the person, not
yeah,
country before self. But anyhow,
mhm.
okay, yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
So, yep, there's. Thank you for that, Alex.
No, thank you for bringing that up, because it is a conversation that is within a lot of people's thoughts. So bringing this conversation up is courageous, and so thank you for that. We get to always reflect back on the way that we see the world. Fraser, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I love this conversation. I just think that, especially with how you say that, God is in all of us, even in Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And what if his purpose was simply for one thing, to unite two countries? He's been talking about Canada being the 51st state for a while with a lot of different people. This brings two countries together. It also creates a better community between both countries. That allows people to travel freely from country to country without having to worry about these visas and work limitations. This creates a wholeness in itself. If that was God's only one purpose for him, what a great purpose that would be.
Yeah. 1 second. I gotta get something at the get hot water real quick. But can you got Tasnova or Adam? You guys can share, or anybody can share, just for like 2 minutes. Be right back.
Okay, I'm gonna. No, was it? Is it Janice? Go ahead. Go ahead. No, I just wanted to, for anybody else that's feeling the same way about what's going down tomorrow, just like I put in the chat and what Alex just said, I just pray for a different way of looking at things, because, and what just Alex just said was so profound. God is everywhere, and for us just to assume that He's not in. I can't even mention the name, but whatever. I can't. I really can't. I can't even say the name. For them to think that it's not in there, it's just not trusting then our what we believe in, that God is everywhere, and the only thing that is real is love. And if we don't, even in a person like that, there's got to be love there. So we got it. When we judge others, we are definitely judging ourselves as well. So I have to be. If I see the love in you and in me and in everybody in this chat, like-minded, then I have to be able to see it everywhere else. And I made a solemn promise not to watch live TV for the next 4 years, but that's just my personal, especially tomorrow. But I know that there's a different way of me seeing things. It's just in these groups is where I'm going to be able to find peace for the next 4 years. And fortunately, it's only 4 years. It's only 4 years. We're not looking at 8. And I just pray that he this time around, because he's a little bit more knowledgeable, just make some good decisions and maybe want to change how history looks back on his presidencies. And I'm complete.
Thank you. I love that shirt. Thank you, Jessica. That's amazing.
I feel like right now, energetically, feels like an opportunity to not only witness what feels to be chaos, but also witnessing God's glory in the mix. So, in the moments of feeling a little bit of chaotic, energetic interruption, um, it's very sensitive, but there's also moments to witness the glory. I remember going through my awakening in 2015, and I saw that we get 53 states. So I see that we have some growth in America, but overall, I just see you, Michelle, and your share is so powerful, and there's so many people feeling that same energy. And I believe that just talking about the truth of love is what actually creates like a really beautiful energetic foundation for us to move forward in the next 4 years and know that we are still together.
Amen.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle. And Jessica.
I would like to share again. So, can everyone hear me okay? It's Johnny?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, thank you for sharing what you did about that, because I didn't know that, you know, it was planned to join Canada and the United States, and I think that's a great idea too. And so um, there are upsides that we don't see at all. And I'm not a supporter at all, but I I do see that there are things that are upsides, so that exist in everything and anything at all. I mean, even what seems like the worst possible scenario, there are upsides in it. I've heard people that have found upsides in being attacked and all sorts of things, but they really did. It like would change their life and for in a positive direction after that. So there's things that we don't see coming, and and also uh, you had mentioned not wanting to watch TV for the next 4 years. And I have to say, I got rid of my TV many years ago because it's pretty much a box full of anger or negativity. So I went pretty radical with it. I really got rid of my TV, and it was several years ago. And for me, it's been better. I'm to the point where, and this has been for a long time as well, that I don't listen to the news even on the radio, just because it's just designed to evoke um, intense emotion, and they choose to do that through really negative events, and they don't show the positive events. And there are positive events. You know, there's plenty of them. There's plenty of beauty in the world as well. And I think that um, this reading really talked about that. It's just more like, well, it's what we choose to see. You know, are we gonna, when we're walking down the street and somebody's, you know, saying something nasty to us, are we gonna be focused in on them, or are we gonna be focused in on the beauty around us? Say there's trees or bushes or there's a bird flying by. What are we gonna notice? You know, and that's what makes our life up. I mean, this past week, I kind of fell into it. You know, I had a, a, a few people just really not cool with me, you know, and I really reacted. So I'm not, on the one hand, I'm like, well, I should defend myself. But on the other hand, I'm like, well, is it really worth it? Because all it does is create more agitation in them and in me. And it just perpetuates it, makes it go longer than it needs to go. So, so, you know, what can I see in that time when somebody's messing around? I can see the person who will grow in a different direction at any point in time in their life, and and choose something different, or they'll continue the same. But what will I see? I will continue on with me and try to figure it out and make myself uh, better in the way that I think, because I'm sure, like everyone, I struggle with my thoughts, and my thoughts can go from from seeing everyone as a threat to seeing everyone as love. So I try to lean toward the latter, and just try to remember. And it's great to come to this group and hear other people struggling with the same thing. Uh, and I really appreciate everyone here so much,
Oh,
and this course. So thank you.
yeah. Thank you for always sharing and always showing up, and also being one of the top people in our school community. That's awesome. Um, Vanessa's here. Sweet. Hold on. Real quick, as we were on this topic, like the forgetting part. It's so funny because like reactions, right? Like I'm like teaching a course in miracles, and I'm like supposed to be this peaceful guy and this and that. And I was sharing, me and my buddy went to play pickleball yesterday, and he was talking about putting the paddles on the ground as like, I got next type of thing, right? And I remember one of the first times that I walked onto the pickleball court, and I was walking through this park here in Vegas, and they had the paddles on the ground. But I'm just so amazed at how many people are playing. I wasn't even looking down at the ground, and I stepped on somebody's paddle, and the guy like flipped out, and I was like, dude, I'm super sorry. Like, I apologize for that. And he just kept going. And I take my hoodie off. I'm like, you want to get killed over pickleball? And like, it's like the reaction, right? I can't even help myself. It's like, dude, for me, I can usually be pretty calm about things to start. But if I'm like unprepared, right, from an attack, like the reaction just comes because in my subconscious is still like this ego wanting to fight and be, I don't know, into conflict. And I've grown up a huge part of my life in physical altercations and fights. And my dad was in like the mafia, and like, it was just, I came from that. So a big part of my unconscious, if I'm not present in the moment and something like that happens, and it happens in my relationship too, like when love comes at me, when I don't think I do anything wrong, I'm doing anything wrong, just that like the attitude, or just the defense comes up, like, who are you talking to, right? Like, somebody want to get killed right now? That's what I always go to. And it's just a hilarious story to me right now, but in the moment I was like, it was so real. Like the anger was so real. So, and it's also about like when that shows up, not to beat ourselves up, because I'm like, man, I've come such a long way. I've been studying the course for so many years, and that comes up. Like, I could beat myself up, but like very quickly, I apologized to him again. Like when I came back, I was like, dude, I apologize. And it was fine, right? We both were in the moment reacting as the ego reacting to the ego. Because, pickleball paddles are like, I guess, the world, I guess, I don't know. But yeah, I mean, and I still probably have more letting go and more lessons to be learned just from that one incident, right? Because it can seriously come up again. And I feel like it's come up over and over, and it's like God just like poking fun at me, like, oh yeah, you think you want peace? Do you really want peace? And then in the moment, just like having something like that happen. I mean, I think it's hilarious, and like we gotta laugh at those things, otherwise it's too serious, right? And if I didn't think of it as funny, and I started defending, right? This is what happens in the world. If I started defending my reaction, then it just leads to more and more and more, and I'll actually look for that situation again, so that I can justify my last reaction. And so what the Course says is, yeah, you can choose to do that. God and Holy Spirit is there, and it's like, sure, go do that. But each time that you react that way, the stakes will get higher and higher. Remember, we read it 2 weeks ago or last week. The stakes will get higher, the consequences get bigger. So maybe the next time the fight actually happens, maybe the next time, like the police get involved, maybe the next time I end up in jail and people are like, what the, nobody's going to be coming to ACIM calls anymore. I mean, you can always reframe it. I can always bring that lesson back, right? But you have to bring yourself back to God, forgive yourself first, in order to be able to turn anything from a lesson to something meaningful, from an incident to something more meaningful through forgiveness and sharing it as a lesson. So it's just hilarious. I think like my nature or my subconscious to like conflict, I'm still like, wow, that's still there. Like how much do I have to study the Course for it not to be there? And it's like, it will always be there. But what's the point of it, right? What's the purpose? Because we will react. Our reactions will come up, but that doesn't mean that's us. That's just in the moment we forgot. We experienced something, and our experience was this. But our experience is not us. Our nature is kept safe by God. The remembrance of who we are is kept safe. That spark is always still alive. And when we forget, okay, there are consequences to forgetting. It's disturbances, it's judgment, it's shame, it's guilt, it's attack, it's judgment, right? All of that stuff comes up. So yeah, it's just, we got to look inside for all of these things. So thank you for sharing, Janice, and helping me remember that thing. Vanessa, hey.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you good.
Okay, thank you. It was mostly like a question, and it was actually very related to what you just mentioned. Because I don't know. I don't tend to get angry at other people. I'm really understanding with other people, but I tend to get angry at myself a lot. Right? I'm never rude to other people, but I'm really rude to myself. And I'm very hard on myself, for example. So I really got fixated on one of the things that you mentioned at the beginning, of just, I guess, our worth because God created us. Because I've been struggling a little bit more with those like intrusive thoughts, I guess, of like even right now I'm shaking, and I thought I was doing better with my social anxiety, but I'm shaking. Um, so yeah, the perspective you shared from the Course on how to deal with like intrusive thoughts and thoughts in general was really helpful. I don't know, I kind of like, I understand logically from a logical point of view that when I text my friends and they like reply very like dryly, guys, it doesn't mean that they hate me, right? But I feel like it. I don't know. Or when I'm talking to my parents and then they're being like really like rude to me, like it doesn't mean that they hate me. It just means that maybe they had a rough day, right? Like logically I know that it doesn't make sense for me to be like, oh, people probably hate me, and they're just being nice out of pity, and oh my god, I hate myself because I just had those thoughts and things like that. Like logically I know that it doesn't make sense, but I still feel really bad. So like what you just mentioned of like, I have been working so much on myself to let go of these things, and it still comes up. I don't know, I guess I just wanted to ask for a little bit of guidance, I guess, on that topic. So yeah.
Yeah. So, well, your thing right now is you see a harshness and an attack on yourself, right? That's what your awareness is drawn to. You're still kind and nice to others, but really though, your words being kind to them is not the same as your thoughts being kind to them. Right? Because your thoughts are like, they're dangerous. That's why if they text me, in a very dry way, then they must, think this way, right? You're already judging that they must have evil thoughts in them. They must have attack thoughts in them. That's the underlining judge that kind of goes through, and we mask it with, oh, I'm kind to them, but I'm really hard on myself. So as you recognize that you're hard on yourself, they can't escape your attack. If you attack yourself, just know people cannot escape your attack in your thought. Right? So then it becomes my words and how I am outside is not congruent to the underneath attack that I'm not even aware of. Right? So it's to think about it like that there is no separation. If you're unkind to yourself in that way, people cannot escape your attack. It just looks a little bit different. To me, it looks like it might be a physical altercation, but to you, it looks like an attack from your mind, that the world is not safe and you are not safe and I can't trust you. And then we look for more evidence to poison our mind with that. So that's what ends up happening in the cycle. So for you right now, the immediate thing is, okay, I get to catch how to be loving to myself. I am love. I am whole. I am one with God. I am one with my brothers and sisters. Like, start to bring that all minds are joined. Yours, God's, and your brothers and sisters. All joined in one, that the safety is there, right? Because I can be very hard on myself for the way I reacted. And many times I do. I'm like, how can I even get there? How do I even get this angry doing some dumb things like that and still even like get up here to study and teach A Course in Miracles? But it's because I do the forgiveness process that allows me to share about my own shortcomings or shortfalls, right? And that makes it more powerful. Because it is shared and because I'm accessing trust to other people that are here, that are on this call, and accessing trust to the people that may be listening live right now, like, ooh, what would they think of me? Right? If I didn't forgive myself, if I wasn't kind to myself, then I would not trust that other people will not judge me. Right? And so this cycle is what we get to heal, that we can't share with others. The world is not a safe place because they will judge me, they will hate me, they will dislike me, whatever that looks like. So everything, like as you're integrating the intellectual understanding of A Course in Miracles, life will present you many opportunities which will give you experiential learning, and you will have an experience around integrating the intellectual with the world, and then that's going to allow you to anchor it in even more. Right, so just simply here, and all you need is the awareness. The experience is an awareness. An experience of awareness. That will be enough to ingrain and instill a lesson in your mind and in your heart. Make sense?
Yeah. Thank
Cool.
you so much.
And thank you. Like, see, that question you asked evoked a really, really powerful message. Both for me too. Even though I said it, like it's a powerful message that I need to remind myself constantly also. Right, so thank you for bringing that up. Anybody else want to share anything before we read the section? Morgan, hey.
I would like to share on what Vanessa said.
Yes.
I, not so much with other people and like worrying about that, but just not being kind to myself. I did a lot of that last year of not being kind to myself for many reasons. And one thing that has really helped me, and I don't know if this will help you or not, Vanessa, is whenever I feel like that, one, notice that I feel like that. Like, why am I feeling this way about myself or about other people? And then two, to focus on something that's good in that moment. So instead of being like, oh my gosh, I'm so angry, frustrated, whatever, upset about X, Y, and Z, I just take a deep breath in and I'm like, okay, what am I grateful for? Even if I can't find something good in the moment I'm experiencing, what am I grateful for? And I just keep listing things that I'm grateful for and good in that moment, and I feel better because it's, where your focus goes, your energy flows. And so that's something I've started implementing, and I don't know how it benefit you as well, but I wanted to share.
Yeah, that's amazing. And this is what the Course also says. The Course says, fear and love cannot occupy the same space. They are so diametrically opposite that they can't occupy the same space, right? So you can't be grateful and fearful at the same time. So yeah, you got to train your mind to do that, to become that you're ingraining into your subconscious. And sometimes there are some benefits to going down the rabbit hole a little bit of why I'm thinking this way and doing some of that like dark shadow work, only for the purposes of bringing awareness to them, not to make them more real. Right? So the purpose of doing the shadow work is to bring awareness, not to grow them, not to make them more real. So we have to be careful that we make that distinction, right? Because the more we try to fix that, the more it grows and becomes real for us, because we're trying to fix something that doesn't exist, but in order to fix it, it must actually exist. So simply to do the shadow work is just to bring awareness to those things, and that is it. You don't need to work on it. You don't need to do anything. Bring awareness to it, and then just like what Morgan said, shift your thoughts to a light place and just watch the light wash that away from your mind. All right, so awesome. Cool. All right, I want to get the reading going, and then maybe if we have some time, we can wrap up with some last conversation. So, chapter 11, section 4, the inheritance of God's Son. So, this whole call we've just been talking about this inheritance. You know, maybe the entire course is talking about this inheritance, which is who you are. What is inherently yours that actually cannot be taken away? Just because you don't claim it, right, doesn't mean it's not yours. $100 million is waiting in the safe for you. Nobody's going to take it or do anything. It's still yours, but you can deny it all you want. It's still yours. So, I don't know. Maybe that landed. Maybe that didn't. I don't know why I just said that. Anyways, the inheritance of God's Son. Okay. Never forget that the sonship is your salvation. The sonship, sonship, the sonship, which is all of our brothers and sisters. For the sonship is yourself, capital self. As God's creation is yours and belonging to you, it is his. So, because there's no separation. It's his, it's yours, it's our brothers, it's everyone's. Your salvation does not need, yourself, your capital self, does not need salvation, but your mind needs to learn what salvation is. You're not saved from anything, but you are saved for glory. Glory is your inheritance, given you by the Creator that you might extend it. Yet if you hate part of yourself, all your understanding is lost, because you're looking on what God created as yourself without love. So think about that for a second, Vanessa. If you hate any part of yourself, your understanding is completely lost, because you're looking on what God created without love. And since what he created is part of him, you're denying him his place in his own altar. So if you deny yourself of love, then you are actually denying God, right? Could you try to make God homeless and know that you are at home? Can the Son deny the Father without believing that the Father has denied him? God's laws hold only for your protection, and they never hold in vain. What you experience when you deny your Father is still for your protection, for the power of your will cannot be lessened without the intervention of God against it. And any limitation of your power is not the will of God. Therefore, look only to the power that God gave to save you, remembering that it is yours because it is his, and join with your brothers in his peace. All right, so this is continuing sharing. All minds are joined. His will, your brother's will, all the same. Okay. Your peace lies in its limitlessness. Limit the peace you share, and yourself must be unknown to you. Every altar to God is part of you, because the light he created is one with him. So anywhere in the world that you limit your love and your peace, then who you are is unknown to you. So the question in the beginning somebody asked on Facebook was, how do you find yourself? So maybe the question is, how do you notice when yourself is unknown to you, right? It's just whenever you withhold peace and withhold love from any part of God's creations. Every altar to God is part of you, because the light he created is one with him. Would you cut off a brother from the light that is yours? You would not do so if you realize that you can darken only your own mind. As you bring him back, so will you return. That is the law of God for the protection of the wholeness of his Son. So, some of the conversations we had today, right? Wherever we are withholding that love and understanding and peace with our brothers, including Trump, then we have lost who it is that we are. And when we forget who we are, then all of those like racing, nervous, confusing thoughts come to us, conflicting thoughts. Only you can deprive yourself of anything. That's a great line right there that the Course actually italicized, which is only you can deprive yourself from anything. Oof. No. Then who am I going to blame? Do not oppose this realization, for it is truly the beginning of the dawn of light. Remember also that the denial of the simple fact takes many forms, and these you must to recognize and to oppose steadfastly without exception. This is a crucial step in the reawakening. So the reawakening is to remember that only you can deprive yourself of anything. The beginning phases of this reversal are often quite painful, for as blame is withdrawn from without, there is a strong tendency to harbor it within. So if we pull the blame from outside, we tend to bring it back into ourselves and we hold it inside. It is difficult at first to realize that this is exactly the same thing, for there is no distinction between within and without. There are no distinction if you're hard on others or the hard on yourself. All right. If your brothers are part of you and you blame them for your deprivation, you are blaming yourself. And you cannot blame yourself without blaming them. That is why blame must be undone, not seen anywhere else. So it's not about relocating blame and relocating guilt and shame. It's about undoing the whole thing. Lay it to yourself, and you cannot know yourself, for only the ego blames at all. Self-blame is therefore ego identification, and as much an ego defense as blaming others. You cannot enter God's presence if you attack his Son. Ooh, you cannot enter God's presence if you attack his Son. When his Son lifts his voice in praise of his Creator, he will hear only the voice for his Father. Yet the Creator cannot be praised without his Son, capital Son, all Son, for their glory is shared and they are glorified together. Christ is at God's altar, waiting to welcome his Son. But come wholly without condemnation, or otherwise you will believe that the door is barred and you cannot enter. The door is not barred, and it is impossible that you cannot enter a place where God would have you be. But love yourself with the love of Christ, for so does your Father love you. You can refuse to enter, but you cannot bar the door that Christ holds open. Come unto me, who hold it open for you, while I live. For while I live, it cannot be shut, and I live forever. God is in my life and yours, and nothing is denied by the God to his Son. At God's altar, Christ awaits for the restoration of himself in you. God knows his Son as wholly blameless as himself, and he approaches through the appreciation of his Son. Christ waits for your acceptance of him as yourself, and of his wholeness as yours. For Christ is the Son of God who lives in the Creator and shines with his glory. Christ is the extension of love and loveliness of God, as perfect as his Creator and at peace with him. Oh man, in this moment as I'm reading this, I'm also deepening my connection to why I wear a cross. You know, my coach actually asked me, he's like, okay, so why do you wear a cross? And you know, he's always trying to invite me back to the Christian faith. And he's like, well, you know, A Course in Miracles actually deems Christ as like the devil. I'm like, well, not really, as we can read here that Christ is always holding this door open because Christ is like the chosen one sent back to guide us home. And his only job, Christ got the great job. You know what his job is? His job is to hold the door open. Blessed is the Son of God, whose radiance is of his Father, and whose glory he wills to share as his Father shares it with him. There is no condemnation in the Son, for there is no condemnation in the Father. Sharing the perfect love of the Father, the Son must share what belongs to him, for otherwise he will not know the Father or the Son. Place be unto you who rest in God, and in whom the whole sonship rests. So, the whole sonship rests on you. And you rest on the whole sonship. Right? So no one comes home without the whole thing. The whole sonship must come together. So you cannot go to the door, the gates of heaven, and say, I have arrived, while you still think all of your brothers and sisters are not with you. That means you cannot harbor any separation. You cannot harbor attack and withhold love or peace from anyone, because then you are trying to enter the gates of heaven incomplete, still with a separate mind. And that's not the criteria of entering, is that the whole sonship enters together. And that whole sonship is in your mind. That means as we practice here, all we have to do is shine light and love onto everyone. Especially, if we can start, it's easier to start with the ones that we love, but that game, the game of remembering, and it doesn't even start until you find somebody that triggers you. Does that make sense? Like the game doesn't even begin until you start to send love and you stop withholding love from those that trigger you. That's when the game starts. So as I read this section, I think it's really powerful. I just want to reflect back. Even more of a reason why I wear the cross is to remember that I am the one that just holds the door open. I am an invitation. I don't need to go and pull anybody. I don't have to push anybody. I don't have to say or do anything. All I have to do is just continuously hold the door open and be an invitation. And so I guess my goal in life is just to find more people to help hold this door open. Anyways, Helen, go ahead.
Thank you, Alex. Again, I'll say this every time I say something. I love your responses. They're right on, and they're right on.
Thanks.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. I read the other day again that God is only love. Only, that's it. That's unbelievable. That's such an unbelievable statement. And so from there, I decided I have a new program in my mind, and I'm going to start working on. It's going to be, I love your hate. So anytime I run into anyone that's exuding hate or whatever, I'm going to love it. I'm going to love that person, because when I see that person, their angst, when I can see them, their angst is what's standing in their way, if you will. And I'm just going to love that. Wish me luck. I might, if I get through this day with that, good for me. But we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, amazing. I love that.
Thank you.
All right. Who else? We got a couple. Oh, we don't have any more minutes, but I will just, Janice, go ahead. Donna, go ahead.
Hey, so what you've read, I kind of got that, so I sort of missed the whole context. I guess I'll just have to go and watch the replay. But at the end here in that reading, you were talking about, your ego. Like I'm in a situation where someone is triggering me right now, and I'm not responding because I know that my immediate response is just to attack. But I'm like, all right, I need this Course in Miracles to help me figure out the right response.
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess this holding the door open concept just help me with that whole, you want to respond, you shouldn't respond, but yet you're holding the door open to something better.
Yeah, I mean, we're really holding the door open for ourselves also, right? As we kind of just sit there in the moment. And I don't know, it's just that's one analogy that is just coming to my mind right now, but also on another level, right? This is on the level of, returning our brothers home. On another level, everyone's already home. Right? So it's just kind of holding the door to remembering. Now, I would say for your situation, right? To have kind of non-violent communication, like one of the things we need to do is also to validate, to have somebody else feel validated in what they're sharing. So to even validate what someone else is sharing, especially, it seems like an attack, you have to bring your mind to peace and acceptance and say, hey, I validate, you don't have to say, I validate what you're saying, but you can say, okay, I can see where you're coming from. Just the beginning of that lowers guards on both sides. Because the other side is waiting for your army to show up. But if your army doesn't show up and your weapons don't show up and you're just like, okay, I understand where you're coming from. And then, just share. Like, what is my intention? My intention is to bring us back to a place of, understanding so we can get on the same page. Like, you don't have to use spiritual words. You can always use words that are, you got to meet people where they're at. Right. So, I understand what you're saying, and my intention is to get us on the same page, and I trust that we will, but along the way there's probably going to be some misunderstandings here, and hopefully we can both remember that it's not me versus you, it's you and I versus a problem. Now that can lower the guard for the entire thing, and then you just have that conversation. Yeah. So that way you're being kind and gentle to yourself and others, because you're letting them know, hey, I might show up, I might react, but this is my intention. So they understand that you're like, what you actually want out of it is that we get on the same page, not to be right? People just get defensive because they think your intention is to be right, and you being right means they're wrong, and nobody wants that.
So is there like a form of, bravery or setting boundaries for yourself, or things that we have to elevate ourselves, I guess, to be able to have those conversations?
The Course says you just got to know what you want, right? Because we think we want to be right about something. That's it. Just like get very clear that, hey, I want peace in my life. I don't want this altercation. Okay, well, if that's what you want, then does your reactions and your conversations reflect that? Or is it the path to that? And if it's not, then yeah, let me sit and pray a little bit more to be shown how I can have a conversation like that.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Yeah. You're welcome. Okay, cool. That is it. I feel very inspired, so I am going to write after this, and I'm going and I got some good ideas for my book. Any last thoughts? Okay, then. Well, thank you all so much for spending the time here with me. And yeah, good luck, everybody, for tomorrow. Sending lots of love to you, your heart, your mind, or whatever. And yeah.
And happy birthday again. It is going to be a great day tomorrow.
Good. All right. That's it. That's all, folks. Love you guys. See you soon.
Take care. Bye.
Hey, Josh.
Alex, how's it going, brother?
Pretty good. Just finished my call. What's going on?
Oh, perfect, man. If you have a second, I just wanted to check in with you about that place. I actually drove from San Diego to Tucson this morning. I'm just getting into town.
Nice, nice. Yeah, I was looking at it. It's freaking huge. It's beautiful.
I know it's got those exposed beams, and all my neighbors are like $900,000 or $1 million houses, and I put my offer in for 630, and I'm pretty sure they're going to take it today.
Nice. Okay. Well, what's the plans for it? It looks like it needs a little bit of work too, though.
Yeah, it needs a little love. So the way that I'm pulling this off is I'm my primary is the Vegas house, and my lender, the broker, is we're gonna say that I'm moving out of Vegas. This is becoming my primary,
Uh,
and he thinks that he can get me a conventional at 5%. So anyway, I've got an investor friend of mine that's gonna give me the down payment,
nice.
and we're gonna see if we can pull it off. So
That's awesome.
yeah, it's a
So
little
what's the
strange.
what's the plan? What's the plan for? You gonna Airbnb this thing?
Yeah, so I'm gonna move out and live in it for a couple months.
Mm-hmm.
Got a good buddy of mine who's an interior designer, him and his girl down in Guadalajara, and I'm gonna go down there. They're very close to a bunch of furniture makers,
Yeah.
and they make custom furniture all the time for very, very cheap. And so I'm gonna basically fill a box truck and then pay someone to drive it up to the border of Arizona and then bring it in. And I'm gonna totally deck the house out with all Mexican gear.
Dope. So, do you know how? Do you have like I know you're putting the down payment for this, but do you have carrying costs and the renovation capex costs that all like ready?
So unfortunately, there's not going to be a lot of renovation that's going to be possible in the beginning. It's going to have to come as it goes along. My investor could give me extra money. So fortunately, he's in construction. He's a general contractor, and so he'll be coming out. And if I need more, like whatever is absolutely necessary to get it on Airbnb, we'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
But there won't be a whole lot more than that in the beginning.
I mean, I would if I were you, I would really just like raise enough capital to deck it out. You know, so you're not going into because once the Airbnb starts and it's running, it's like you're really not gonna have that much. It's like it's just gonna you want to get all the stuff out of the way in the beginning. You know.
Maybe spend 6 months and deck it out. And
Yeah, you're gonna live there, get the carrying costs. I mean, I don't know. The carrying costs on this property, I would guess will be somewhere around, I don't know, with this maybe like close to $5,000 a month. You know.
yeah, it's gonna be I think about close to four
Yeah.
for the mortgage, and then
Utilities and whatever else, like $5,000 probably while you're living there, carrying costs, right?
yeah.
So I have no doubt that you can make way more than this on Airbnb. You would draw out like the money, right? Like the money needed, down payment, 5% of 630 is what, like $40,000 that you'll need, 50.
It's like 30K.
Yeah, but you'll need closing costs and all that other stuff. So, that plus like, I don't know, maybe you can get like some kind of capex money, right? Maybe like, because to deck out this whole house, I mean, to do all of it, I would just get it all out of the way. Try to get like $100,000 total, and just like, do all the things you need. Because $100K for this property, right? Somebody puts $100K in. Once it's fully renovated, you can do a refinance out of this, and that money can come out. So you don't want to worry about like you just want to deck it out and do all the work so that you can get the highest evaluation. And then, once the Airbnb starts, I mean, I can see this property making well over $10,000 a month. Being able to return $2,000 a month, $3,000 a month to an investor over the course of a year, that's like 36% returns on their money if they put in $100K. Right? So you don't want to like, if you're gonna go into this, like this is what I learned, like in real estate, you always want to have extra money, so you need to have like, 30 extra thousand in reserve to pay for all the carrying costs for 6 months, right? You're overestimating. And then maybe another 50, 60 grand just for renovations. But if you run the numbers, like whoever gives you that money is going to make massive returns, even on a 50-50 split with you, you know? So it's.
When you say 50-50 split, are you talking about buying the house with somebody or just borrowing the money?
So are you borrowing it? Is it actual investor splitting with you?
No, I'm just looking for a loan, really. I don't really want to partner on this house, if possible.
Right, but I mean, a loan is going to be heavy, right? Because then you got to pay the loan, you got to pay the mortgage, you got all these things that you got to pay together versus an investor just coming in with you. Because what you do is you got to think about scale, right? If you're just looking for a loan so you can own it, great, you're going to own this property. But if you make an investor a lot of money, they're going to tell their friends, they're going to tell their friends, and you're going to have you're going to be able to scale. Huh?
Okay, you think that's the route?
I think that's always the route. It's not about ownership, it's about control, right? Yeah, I would totally go with an investor that comes in, be 50-50 partners on proceeds, they cover all the money, and you run this thing for them, for 100, 130, whatever $1,000 that comes in, take this property down, and yeah, that's what I would do.
Okay, got it. Okay, so an investor might be down to do that.
Yeah, exactly. Make him an investor, not a lender, right? That's how you deepen that relationship too.
Okay, great. So now, is he on the mortgage as well?
No, I mean you can just have him sign if whatever, but I would just say whatever way, because you're gonna need to. It's got to be under your name because you're gonna live there, kind of, right? As this down payment. But the goal is as fast as possible, right? Get a refinance out of it after the renovation is completed, pay the investor back, and still kind of like split 50-50 on profits, and then go after another property.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, and so you can just keep scaling these property, because once you go 50-50, you didn't put any money in, and you take their money out. Now you own 50% of the property without any money.
That's right.
Right, so it's all 50-50 on profits that are made. So on a refinance, you pay them back first, and then now you guys are truly 50-50 in equity too.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that just by nature of this neighborhood, a lot of good houses around, if we can bring this thing up to par,
Yeah.
I think that we can get an nice refi out of it quickly.
Yeah, I mean, dude, listen, I went from one property like this to 12 in 9 months because of that method, right? Because I really just gave it to the investors, and then what I also did was, like, your investor right now is 50-50 on this house, but if he refers somebody else that pays the down payment for the next house, I go 50-50 with him also on my share. So now I have 25, but all of this I can scale and expand and continuously have more flow of investors, and you scale your portfolio out.
Yeah, because I know how to set these things up, I just don't have any cash.
Yeah, now you can own a fuck ton of them without any of your own cash. So and as you go along, like I have some partnership documents that I can probably send to you. You can just kind of draft those things up. But I would have a conversation with your person and just be like, hey, do you want to be an investor and not a lender? Right? Like actually go 50-50.
That's what he wants. He wants that more, actually.
Oh, of course.
I don't know if he can go 100K, but by the fact of him being like a contractor,
Mm-hmm.
he can come out and he can know exactly what things are going to cost to like redo the kitchen, like whatever, right?
Yeah.
And I think he's more prone to like put up that money because he understands that world so well.
Yeah, but just remember, there's carrying costs for not renting it out, right? So you gotta have all the money prepared up front. It's not like just enough to buy it. Just enough to buy it and not having enough reserves, that's a very huge downfall. Because then you'll be operating with your back against the wall, and you'll make poor decisions when that happens.
Yeah, okay, I got you.
Yeah. So even if you're like, hey, do you have a second investor? We can do it the right way,
Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, so he says, hey, I do want to be an investor. I can only give up to 40K. And we determine, okay, well, we do more than he does, right?
Yeah.
Do you know anyone that might be interested?
Yeah, probably. I mean, just
Or what's your...
yeah. I mean, Alexa, office lights off.
Okay.